to the stage. Oh, I'm blank. I don't even have a coffee cup. Hello, everyone. Can you hear me? Hello, hello. You can hear me, but I don't even have a coffee cup tonight. I'm just a black hole. Just a complete black hole. Interesting. Okay, hold on. Let me see what I got here. Well, isn't that something? I can't even have my coffee cup. Aha. I'm whole again, everyone. Hello, Leah. Looking forward to your live. Thank you. Only 3 more days till jury selection. Hope it doesn't take any longer than a couple days. I highly doubt it will take that long. Hello, Kristen. Hello. Hello, Armand. Yes, I'm a coffee cup still. I'm a coffee cup still. Unfortunately, the last time that I was on YouTube, I was made fun of. I was belittled. And with everything that's went on, it's going to take me a little bit to be okay with showing myself again. Hello, Canadian Ambition. It's been a long time. It sure has. Hope you're doing well. I am doing well. Thank you. I am. So as you can tell from the thumbnail, I want to discuss Charlie and Donna seeing each other for, what is it now, 3-4 years? It's got to be that long. Nowhere says he's even in Tallahassee right now. Nowhere. But we all know that he did change his name. Well, he didn't change his name. He's under a different name. Hey, John, welcome back. Hey, Will. How are you? John, I have a question. Did you ever have a different name on YouTube before? Does anybody think Charlie will be at least in the vicinity of Tallahassee, just in case he has to testify? Because I have, let me just share this. Let me share this screen. This over so I can see what I'm doing. Oh, hello, Tattles. How are you, friend? I thought several people posted Charlie's already in Leon County. And I couldn't imagine him not being there. But if I go to, now I got to share this tab instead. If I go to the docket, there's still no transfer He is in tally. There is a short of him. Oh, where is that short? I think word will get back to mommy that he has no intentions of testifying, even if they do move him. On STS. Okay. Tattle says, but I'm curious if he's actually going to testify. I want to say that I don't think he could stop himself from doing it. He's egotistical, he's arrogant. And he hasn't seen his mommy in, I'm so bad with it right now. I think it's about 4 years that he hasn't seen her in person. Because when he was in Leon County, he couldn't have visitors. And when he went to the prison, when he got transferred, she was in Leon County. So I'm going to have to check that. On STS, you said. Let me see if I can find that. But yeah, I haven't seen anything transfer. The only transfer I've seen is Luis Rivera's. And that's just Donna's booking. You're absolutely right, John. Absolutely. He has nothing to gain and everything to lose by testifying. But I'm just, and again, this is just my opinion of watching that man on the stand and even sitting at the defense table and hearing all those prison calls or jail calls. I think that he would think this is his second kick at the can. They are a very arrogant family. I'm going to see if I can find this STS short. And he does like to talk and talk and talk. Absolutely. And you said it's a short. Let me see if I can find it. Oh, there we go. Oh, I'll share this with you guys. Hold on one sec. Canadian ambition. Wouldn't he have to give up all his snacks, etc., and start again if they moved him? No, because he would be going back. Well, there he is. Well, he looks disheveled. His hair grew back pretty good, though. Let's say, like, he was bald. I was hoping he would still be bald. That way, his mommy could miss his curly hair. Let's see. I'm gonna pause it on his mugshot. Oh my God, John, could you imagine if he came in to the courthouse with a face tat? I would be willing to buy him a few Snickers bars if he would put on a fake face tat as he walked into the courtroom. Oh, his mom would lose it. So he is in Leon County. Teardrop under the eye. I would think a face tat that says Mama's Boy. No. It breaks my heart not to go. I wanted to be there. But without going into full details and getting into the weeds of it all, I have to keep up my boycott. So I cannot go. Wonder if he figured out the family used him yet. You know, Tattles, I think the same thing. And this is what I would like to see. I would like to see Charlie Adelson get on that stand and throw his sister under the bus. He's got to understand by now that he's not even going to win his appeal. He's got to understand that. So wouldn't it just be absolute brilliance if he got on that stand and repaid the debt and threw her right under the bus? He must be doing something different. As far as I know, she's not going. As far as I know, she's not going. Right, Tattles? Because he's got to understand that this is never going to change. This is his present and his future. And the only way to get any sort of relief or pleasure out of it is to turn on his sister. Donna Sue makes me feel like mom of the year. Oh my God, me too. If he has an attorney who will talk straight to him, he may do that. Yeah, he's got Offerman though. Offerman's all about the money. And he is one of the top. If I'm correct me if I'm wrong, everyone, but I believe Offerman is the lead appellate lawyer in the United States. George Dixon. Hello, George. Charlie will never testify because of his appeal. That's what I'm saying, George. He can be called as a rebuttal because that was what they were arguing about before Rashbaum put his tail between his legs and walked away. But that's what the whole bomb was. Yeah, right? Kristen Offerman is really good, yes. Top appellate attorney. Yeah, perfect. Rashi just blew smoke up the Adelson's rear. Yep. I will stand by my opinion on Rashi. I honestly believe the only reason he took that is because he had shady dealings with the Adelson, financial shady dealings. And by being the lawyer, he would be able to maybe stop digging in certain places and things like that. Right, Leah? Can only pray he turns on Wendy. Tattle says, what's happening with Tim Jansen? Is he about to represent the Adelsons? I said this last night, Tattles. He's a defense attorney, right? And defense attorneys they go where the money is. They're not a defense attorney because they believe their client's guilty or innocent. They're a defense attorney because as a lawyer, that's where the money is, other than an appellate lawyer. He enjoyed. Tim is representing one of Donna's jailhouse snitches, right? Oh my God. Okay, so I have to ask this because I went into Roberta's live, but I caught the tail end of it. The jailhouse snitch, and I don't know if this is out there or not, but is this the one that Donna was teaching how to read and math? And I only say that because she told me that she was occupying her time by teaching a young lady how to read and do math. Hi, Marion. How are you? Long time no see. Did Roberta say anything about that lady? Because I know Roberta had Donna's jailhouse daughter. And the way Donna talked about her was like she was a daughter to her. She would give her food and everything because she didn't have nobody out on the outside helping her. So I'm curious if this is going to be the... She just spoke about that. I don't know if she's a young lady or not. She just said a girl. She talked about the girl that she was teaching to read and do math. She talked about how the women in there weren't the brightest of people. They couldn't even tell you presidents' names. She talked about that somebody had stole, when she does her laundry, somebody stole her socks. What else? Oh, that she doesn't rarely get to know what's going on the outside unless a guard leaves the Tallahassee, I think it's Tallahassee Gazette, or it could be wrong, laying around, and then she would scoop it up and read it. George says Rashi took the case because of the money. No one in their right mind could believe the Adelson's extortion defense. Rashi knew it would be a quick verdict. Oh, Rashi took it for money too, but you got a finance lawyer doing a murder trial that was the Democrat. Thank you, Tattles. That was first Harvey and Donna's lawyer, then Charlie's lawyer, then went back to Donna. The man was swimming in it. And I'm sure he had himself in the deep end quite a few times with the Adelsons. I'm not too sure, Leah, but yes, she was doing art class. She said that she enjoyed doing that. But like I said, guys, when her last thing that she wrote to me was all about her daily routine, how she got up in the morning, had a shower before any of the other girls. She never called them women. She always called them girls. Before any of the other girls got up, she would do her laundry before any other girls got up. She would get in trouble quite often because she did laundry too often. And she always had at least an hour, a half an hour to an hour of quiet before everybody was up and going around. So I got that email from her. And then all of a sudden, there's a hearing because she's being attacked in the shower. Well, what is it, lady? Because you literally told me you've never been in the showers with anybody else. The Adelsons only work with attorneys and other people that they're slimy like them. 100% tattles. Nobody will ever, ever, ever convince me that Rashbaum is not a shady ass character. The painting was from the phone call info Rochelle payoff. Okay. Yeah, because she was doing painting. There was one class where they were doing pottery. She really enjoyed that, but an incident happened, so then the pottery classes stopped. And I know that the Leon County windows are painted brown, so you can't see out. Because she complained about that a lot. At least they could let us see out. We're nothing but a bunch of animals. You got that right, sweet cheeks. You are nothing but an animal. And that's even insulting to animals. Yeah, her socks. She couldn't get kosher food, which made me laugh. They wouldn't give her a kosher diet. Tattle says, I wonder if Donna's going to act up when she sees Wendy, because Wendy's going to act like she doesn't know Donna. I think she's going to start. I would suspect Donna starts pretending she's crying when she sees Wendy. If she sees Charlie, I think there'll be real tears. And I think she's going to be a statue when Rob walks in. I would love for all three of her children to testify in the exact same day. Hello, friend. How are you? Long time no see. Do you think it would be better if they all testified in one day or spread it out so that the jury has to be reminded that every single one of her children are testifying against her? I can't believe I'm so glad Charlie's there. It'd be really nice if Charlie had the room right beside Luis Rivera. Oh, thank you so much, Gerald. Thank you. So just let people know, members, every Sunday at 6 o'clock, I will have a Zoom link and we can all chit chat. Oh, save Charlie for the grand finale if he does talk. Yeah, I like that too. This is going to be a good one, guys. Do you think Wendy even looks at her mother? And do you think they lock her up once she is done testifying? So, George, if my prayers to whatever higher power is up there, I'm not limiting my chances here. I am praying to whatever higher power wants to listen to me at this moment. I want her to be handcuffed as soon as she's done testifying. I do not think Wendy looks at her mother. She didn't look at Charlie. And if she did, it was just a side glance. I don't think she looks at her mother. It's good to see you too. Wendy is cold. Wendy is absolutely cold-hearted. She's got no soul. She's a walking demon, that's what that woman is. If Donna is convicted. Oh, she's got to be. Like I said, I've been saying it. I want her to get off that stand. I want her to walk through that courtroom like she's done so many times before, go out in that hallway, and the first person she sees is Sanford with a nice pair of shiny bracelets for her. Poor Wendy. She's so misunderstood, right? Hello, Monique. I wonder whether Harvey's going to be there. The Markel family will be there for sure. The latter went through so much and my heart goes out to them. Oh, 100%, Monique. And Harvey will be there. Harvey is going to be there every single day. And I feel bad for the Markels to have to sit there with him in the same room. Donna won't have it any other way. Donna is not going to sit in that courtroom and have the optics that Charlie had. She's going to make sure she has people behind her. She's not dumb. She knew how bad that looked. Nobody there. Nobody supporting. Wendy's diabolical. I have to give her credit. She may not be a genius in law, but she's a genius in manipulation and playing the game. She's just a genius in that. Yep, she's crazy evil. Yes, she is. She watched it. She watched every bit of it. I believe, if I'm correct, I'll have to go back and look at it. I believe she watched it on STS. Donna and Jackie are looking so much more alike. Is anyone afraid they're thinking of trying to pull the old switcheroo? I'm not afraid of that because then Jackie would be in jail. And I don't think Jackie would want to be in jail. But it's weird how they are starting to mirror each other. It is very weird. Wouldn't it be icing on the cake if Harvey showed up with a new lady friend? Oh, it'd be brilliant. He wouldn't dare. He wouldn't dare do it. But it'd be brilliant. Honestly, if he was going to do that, I think it would almost be better that he just didn't show. Like, say he would. All we can really say is say he is living his best life now that Donna's gone. If he played the part to let her think that he was going to be there, he's a supportive husband, blah, 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 and then he's not there, that would be so good. Monique, yes. Harvey, that's why I say Harvey is controlled by Donna. When Charlie's birthday last year, in one of the emails I got, Donna was talking about how she did this, I don't know, how she set up the airline tickets for Harvey to go and visit Charlie in prison for his birthday. And she told me about it was almost a 12-hour travel day for him because he had layovers and transfer onto a different plane and stuff like that. And she goes, it just bothers me so much that I'm not there to help him. He's getting so much older and he's got to do all this on his own. I hope the Markels get to see Wendy get cuffed up once she leaves the stand. George, 100% agree with that. I would love for Sanford to hand them the cuffs and let them do it. If Harvey's there, I hope he's wearing Depends. Oh, he'll be there. He's got no choice but to be there. Donna understood the optics of Charlie's trial, where there was no one there supporting him. His mom and dad not supporting him. His own sister wouldn't even sit on that side of the courtroom. She sat either in front of the Markels or behind the Markels. I'm not sure if he retired. Oh, he'd have to come out of retirement to put those handcuffs on. If I was Sanford and I was in retirement, I'd be like, take me out of retirement for a day. I need to put the handcuffs on this bitch. And part of my language, but she is. I gotta see if he is retired. Oh my God, I would just love. But I have not. So Donna knows that I'm from Canada. I told her that. She asked if I had followed the case, all of this. I said bits and pieces. I wasn't giving the bitch anything. I said bits and pieces, whatever our news up here says about it, because, the Markels are from Ontario. And I said, but I was planning to come down to your trial. And she literally said, oh, it would be nice to have a friend there. And I didn't respond to that when I wrote her back or anything like that. I just let it go. So, and I've not told her that I wasn't going. So it will be quite interesting to see if she looks to see if there's this random person sitting on her side. That's a good point. Wendy did sit in front of the Markels and not behind Charlie. Never once. Never. Even Wendy's flying monkeys didn't even sit behind Charlie. They sat behind the Markels. Monique says, I'm so convinced Wendy is implicated in the matter. I remember the phone call between Charlie and his mom, and Charlie stating that Wendy couldn't help herself driving past the house on the 18th. Yep. Wendy couldn't help herself. He talked about her book. And that one comment between him and his mom when he wasn't in jail, when he said he's went above and beyond for Wendy. Court seating is like wedding seating. Exactly. Right, Tattles? Not to mention that only she knew Dan's whereabouts and the text to Charlie on the day of the murder. This is so sweet. Yep. She's guilty as sin. I'm sorry. Nobody will ever convince me she's not. Yeah, and then she deleted the "this is so sweet" text. Why? Yep. And I'm sorry that she says it in her own words and she stops herself. She corrects herself on the stand when she said, when the TV repair guy, the Geek Squad, was there, she said she called Charlie she went to say tell, and she quickly corrected herself and said ask if it was worth being fixed. Like, what were you going to tell him, Wendy? And Donna also said on a jailhouse call that Wendy is guilty. Then Charlie said, well, if Wendy is guilty, I'm guilty. Yep. Well, the whole comment Charlie said there was, she's already won the lottery once. What lottery did she win? You're not saying her marriage to Dan was a lottery. What do you think the Markel sons are tracking now that they are older, dealing with their father's heinous murder? I'd like to say the boys have researched this themselves, George. I would like to think that. But you got to remember, their mother has probably told them, your grandmother and your uncle did this. And we just got to go through it. And don't worry, mom's not leaving you. This was done to the three of us. I would say Don or Wendy's playing that card with the boys. I highly believe she has probably already admitted to the boys that the grandmother and the uncle did this. If Donna has my story, how is she going to explain speaking in code? TB cost 5. And I never could get her to answer that. I did ask her. I'm like, why did you do this? But she was very tight whenever it come to anything about the case. Right, Tattles? It's so hilarious. A lawyer's calling to interrupt a doctor to ask if she could get the $200 TV fixed. Meanwhile, she said on the stand that the Geek Squad guy said it wouldn't be worth it. And Jeffrey Lacoste told her it wouldn't be worth it. He would go down and buy her a new TV. Better late than never, John. The things that she said on the stand, she thinks it sounds good. And this is why I say Georgia's got so much more on on Wendy, because George is not stupid. George is very clever. There's no way that we're catching on to the mistakes that Wendy has said on the stand and Georgia hasn't. Was Donna's communication to you and others all the same? As far as I know, not. I know of only one other person that she spoke to. I don't know. I know she spoke to others, but I know she spoke to one person. I don't want to say who they are. You guys probably know. But there was one email that I got and this other person got that it wasn't exactly the same, but there was a few subjects in there that were the same. But Donna talked to me a lot about being a mother. She talked a lot about being a mom. And I 100% believe that that's her defense. Her defense is going to be that she's got to use the extortion, but that she was not involved till after the fact. And she was so concerned about her son's safety and her daughter's safety and her grandchildren's safety that she took the lead from Charlie. Donna has no choice but to throw Charlie under the bus here. If she wants to save her own ass, she's got to throw Charlie under the bus. She's got to say, this, he told me all this. I took his lead. They're going to ask about the code words. I took his lead. He told me to talk like this. She has no other choice but to throw Charlie under the bus. Because she's going to have to say, I only knew after it happened, when Charlie confided in me that he was being extorted. Then they're going to say, well, if you knew after the fact, why the code words? Why all this? Why not go to the police? She's going to have to say, because I was doing what Charlie said to do. She's going to have to. Doesn't sound like Donna's going to go free, especially after they read those crazy emails. Oh, she's not going free. She's batshit crazy because she thinks she's getting out and that her and Harvey are going to live out the rest of their golden years in seclusion, in privacy. She's batshit crazy, guys. So, and she truly does think that she's getting out. And like I said, the only way for her to truly believe she's getting out, because she knows she's guilty of sin, would be to throw Charlie completely under that bus. Exactly, Armand. Who would believe code talk is because the Latin Kings can wiretap? She's got to play the mother, the grandmother that never was intertwined into any criminal activity, and that she was only believing and following what her son had said. What do you honestly think was Charlie's motive to get involved? He was a wealthy young guy that had pretty much had everything. And what an idiot to do this for his mother and Wendy. Charlie was the middle child. Charlie loved to be center of attention. Charlie wanted to be the one that his mom ran to. Charlie wanted to be the golden boy. He wasn't as smart as his brother. He wasn't as smart as his sister. He wanted all the attention. So when he got the call from his mom, in his pea-sized brain, he's thinking, I do this for my mom. I'm the favorite. You heard him on the stand. I'd like to think it's a tie. Grow up, man. Grow up. She already ruined Charlie by having him participate in the crime. Yep. But Donna doesn't. Listen, if she really cared for her son and she really believed that they were innocent and that this was an extortion, the mom that she says she is would have sat behind her son in that courtroom and held her ground. Would have done anything to be there for her son. She hadn't seen her son in how long? A year? At least it would have been a chance to see her child. I mean, most of us have somebody crazy in our family, but what are the odds of a whole family is crazy, not to mention criminally insane, right? Narcissism runs deep in those genes in that family. Like, look at all the jail calls. We hear Harvey, but not to the extent that we hear Donna. He's just another pawn in the game. He's just another chess piece for Donna to move around a board. Well, Wendy is pulling the strings to help her move the chess pieces. My 2 cents, sheer arrogance, and he wanted to fix it. Yep. Had criminal contacts. Katie was completely naive and went along with it and saw money. Yeah. Katie was blinded by money. Charlie is a mama's boy, lots of talk, little substance. 100%. He wanted to be mommy's favorite. He wanted to be the man of the family. You know, Robert let Donna down because he didn't put up with her shit. Harvey let Donna down when he lost all their money. Then he became nothing but a puppet to do whatever Donna said. Wendy, I don't think there was ever that much of a connection between Donna and Wendy, except for Donna seeing herself in Wendy when she was younger and resented Wendy over it. And Charlie, well, he was just the idiot middle child that everybody had to fix things for him. So he wanted to be the man of the family, the one that never let his mother down. Harvey's the money guy. He needs to go to prison. Oh, tattles. They all do. I just don't see Harvey going to prison. That's just my opinion. I agree with it, but I don't see it. Charlie has middle kid syndrome. He's Alfredo from The Godfather. Yep. Charlie should have never done anything against the law. Because no matter what, even if Wendy didn't throw him under the bus, he would have threw himself under that bus. Loose lips sink ships, and Charlie Adelson could not stop talking. Okay, so why is Charlie in tally? I'm confused myself. Is he testifying? He's there in case. I believe, Kristen, he's there in case he is needed to be called as a rebuttal witness. Because remember when Donna's trial went off the rails? Georgia had said he was there to be a rebuttal witness. So I want him to testify. I want him to have had some kind of epiphany or a come to Jesus moment or whatever and say, you know what? I ain't going nowhere. I am never getting out of here. And I'm going to make sure the bitch that put me here also has to live this type of future. I don't think he's mad at his mom. I'm pretty sure Charlie blames this all on Wendy. Florida Adelsons do not care about the value of another life. They want and get whatever they wish. Yep. These people had everything. They had everything. And they just threw it all away. It's disgusting. I blame this on Wendy Jail Adelson. George says, I don't know how Harvey slept at night, knowing his family turned into this mafia when they had it all. If I was Dr. Robert Adelson, I would change my last name. But then his children's last name, right? He's gonna, his kids have grown up. Like, that's their identity. I get it. I understand. But maybe Robert's hoping that, he's known as the good Adelson. But look at the boys. Wendy literally changed. That's how friggin' much she thinks that she's just the smartest thing that ever walked. She changed those boys' name to Adelson. They've got this on them now. They'll live with this. I hope someday those boys take their dad's name again. I really do. I'm sure they don't remember their dad very much. They were only young, 4 and 3. But I would hope that someday they honor their dad's memory by taking his name. Yeah. Because why? You ask people in Tallahassee, you ask people anywhere. You say Markel, people don't really know. You say Adelson, they're like, oh, that's that family. That ring is something that should be. I guarantee she'll probably say she's holding on to it for one of the boys. I'm sorry, I don't name the boys on here. I never have. Even though I know everybody knows their name, I just don't do it. If I was to bet on it, I would say she's already sold it. I would say it's already gone. Because there's no way, like, try to explain to me where she's getting the money to pay for Laurel. I know she works, but unless she's got an OnlyFans site that we don't know about, I don't see how she's paying for Laurel. Again, just one of those things that you think about. Because Daddy can't pay for Laurel. Daddy's got to pay for Charlie's appellate. Now, Charlie obviously has money and it's put away. He probably gets an allowance every month from his own trust. But Harvey's got to pay for Donna. And this is now 3 different lawyers he's paid. Guaranteed he's going to pay for an appellate lawyer for Donna. How is she paying for Laurel? Yeah, because she'd give the heirloom ring back to Ruth by now if she still had it. Good point, Rochelle. I thought it was gone right away. I think she has uncles and relatives helping her. It's a good chance that she does. But at some point, people start caring about their own bank account. At some point, the fountain for Wendy is going to dry up. She may be the only Adelson that goes to trial that can't afford an appellate lawyer. Because I know they've got money and I know they've got a lot of assets, things like this, but that doesn't last forever. Like Charlie's appellate is like what, 1 point something million? And then just Josh Dubin was $1 million, if not more. And Rashi, well, he went up the creek in his rowboat full of cash. We all know that. He went bye-bye. Tattles, you think she'll be just fine? Where do you think her money is? Because she didn't have real estate and stuff like that like Donna and Harvey and Charlie did. Is she almost 50 years old and could still find a boyfriend? How many of us can say that? No, true enough. True enough, Tattles. Because I think it's John that says she's got a golden hoo-ha. Wendy is almost 50, is still pulling millionaire boyfriends. Yeah, true. Did Wendy get any life insurance money from Mr. Markel? If so, this is disgusting. She didn't. It went into trust for the boys. And Shelly disperses the money to the boys. So I've always been wondering if Wendy uses some of that money for her lawyer. That would be a shame. But Shelly's very, very smart. So I would almost bet Shelly's made sure that can't happen. Because she's a very smart woman. That whole family is very smart. The Markels are very, very smart people. See, this is Rashi. Up the river with the Adelson loot. Right up the creek. Oh, there's a lot of questions, and I'm hoping that Donna's trial answers these questions. Wendy must know where the bodies are buried. Why is John Laurel representing her? Oh, maybe she's not giving him the Benjamins. Maybe she's giving him the BJs instead. That might be how she's paying for Laurel. Instead of Benjamins, she does BJs. That's probably a little too far I went there. I'm sorry, guys, but I just don't see it. Even like she sold, I don't even know if she's renting her condo in Miami or if she actually sold it. Because couldn't imagine a 50-year-old man wanting a 50-year-old woman. But you got to remember, like even with seeing her on the stand, Tattles, she didn't act. She acted like she was much younger than she was. There's that one video where she was being tailed by the FBI. Remember that? And she was taking the boys to school. And the one guy says, well, see if you get a show like we got a show yesterday. Because she was making out with I guess, George or Jose, whatever his name is, went after she dropped the kids off. Yes and no, George. I think this so long, she's lived her best life because she realized that the state was not going to arrest them all at the same time and that they were doing one by one. So she was able to say, okay, Charlie's is going to take this much time to get to trial. Then her mom is going to take this much time. Like I said, the happiest person the day Donna's trial blew up, the happiest person was Wendy Adelson. because that guaranteed her another year. I think now she's walking a bit uncomfortably and probably looking behind her back because she knows it's her turn. Does she think she's innocent? Yes. No, I don't think she thinks she's innocent. I think she knows she's guilty. She's just a narcissist and she would never admit to it. True, I bet her boyfriend has a connection with Laurel. I would bet. Yeah, she's knowing she's had all this time to be free. Like a lot of people say, I don't know how she sleeps at night. She slept very well because she knew they weren't coming after her. But she knows this time, once she testifies, she's fair game. So I would guarantee she's now sweating. I think we're going to see a completely different Wendy on stage. She's still going to play the innocent and that whiny talk that she does. But I think she's going to be more fidgety on the stand this time. Because she knows it's her turn. And if they don't arrest her either that day or the moment her mother is found guilty, then I don't think they will ever arrest her. Exactly, Tattles. She slept better than the rest of any of us. I think till now. But if she's living with this guy or she's around him a lot, she's going to have to turn it on and off a lot. Because in front of him, she's going to have to show that she's not nervous at all. She's not scared about anything. Georgia knows it's her turn. Yes. Georgia does. Georgia is the boss. She is able to convince tons of people that she is a sweetie. Look at her friend Sarah. Yeah, but Sarah Yusuf is not her friend anymore. Or are you talking about that Sarah that was at the in the police station with her? Oh no, that wasn't Sarah. Sorry, that was Jane. I got the names mixed up there. I think they did the deposition with Sarah Yusuf and realized everything she had on Wendy. And they decided to wait to use that. And I would also bet that Wendy seeing that Sarah Yusuf was getting deposed, that probably scared a little bit of shit out of Wendy too. Because just because Wendy deletes things doesn't mean that the people she sent stuff to deleted things. And Wendy knows she sent Sarah stuff. No, I agree, Tattle. Sarah just recently figured it out. Yep. Right, Leah? The state's not going to arrest me. She is the worst form of human being. She is the worst form of it. The woman should not be allowed to walk free. She should not be allowed to breathe fresh air ever again. And I don't care if she is in jail in Leon County Like Donna had said, she was there for a year and she only ever had, in that whole year, she had 6 hours of daylight. I don't give a fuck. I don't care. Sorry about my language. I do not care. I think Wendy should be put in the depths of any prison or jail, shut the door, and never let out for what she did. Tattle says, Tim Jansen called Wendy charismatic, if I recall correctly. Wish I had the effect on men. Oh, there was so many times I'm like, you could tell Tim had a crush on her. And Tim's like, she's not guilty, she's guilty. She's not guilty, she's guilty. Tim Jansen had lunch with Laurel, which I think is absurd. Now, did he have this lunch thinking he was going to get information? Okay, it's Laurel. Laurel knows you're on YouTube every bloody time STS is on. He's not giving you anything. If anything, he's giving you stuff for you to mouth about and laughing about it at the same time. No way they will do this without her approval. She then created an alibi and gave them Dan's schedule. Yep. She made sure that there was a paper trail from her mother, but none going back from her. She said it on the stand. Oh, well, I never replied to that. That's one my mother sent. I never replied. But then she made sure there was information about the brother. What do you honestly think Donna's defense is going to be? Those phone calls after the bump are insane. Then what is Wendy's defense? My honest thought on Donna's defense, she's playing the mother card. She's going to, like I said, she has to throw Charlie under the bus. She has to say she knew nothing about it, but Charlie came to her in a panic. This is what's going on. He needed somebody's help. He was afraid for his life. And she only did what a mother would do to protect her offspring. They're going to say, why didn't you go to the police? Charlie convinced me not to. She's got to throw Charlie under the bus. Her defense has got to fall in line with the extortion, because that's what Charlie's defense was. And he tied her to that. The only way she can veer off of that just a tiny bit is to say she had no idea. Charlie told her to do this. Charlie was telling her what to say. Charlie told me when private that we needed to talk in code. Charlie told me to say TV for an amount that the extortions wanted. She's got to throw him under the bus. Wendy's defense, I think Wendy's defense, because she's really not tied to the extortion defense. I can't even think what her defense would be, honestly, because she's not tied to the extortion one. If that's true, he just wanted it close to somebody who's been close to Wendy. I don't know. In what sense, Tattles? Hey, Max. Okay, so why is Charlie in tally? I'm confused myself. Is he testifying? Great question. What's the answer? Anyone know? Max, I believe he's there for the same reason he would have given there the last time, as a rebuttal witness. If Donna veers off the extortion, then Charlie's there for a rebuttal. Wendy was the only one who knew Dan's schedule. Absolutely. Max says, I'm hoping there's a big reason why Georgia asked Wendy if Dan put the info about his trip on Facebook. I hope it's somehow a trap. Oh, guaranteed it's a trap. Because she even said on the stand, no, he never used to do that. It would go on the prof's blog. But he never would put his flight and number, things like that. Donna set up Wendy's alibi. Book the Geek Squad guy. Does anyone know if he's going to testify? I sure hope so. Wasn't there something? Didn't something happen to the Geek Squad? Hey, why? How are you? George says, but how does she explain washing the money and talking about this TV being 5? She explains it by throwing Charlie under the bus. And easy to do there, right? They didn't staple money. Charlie stapled money. Charlie, she can easily say, Charlie washed the money, or Charlie was with me. He told me we had to wash the money. And as we did, he stapled it. She literally has to throw Charlie under the bus for her to defend herself. You're welcome, Mac. And they would have to, right? The Geek Squad guy, because he had no connection. He had no interactions with Donna. He only had interactions with Wendy. If Tim had lunch with John Laurel, he just wanted to hang out with somebody that hangs out with Wendy. Agree. I agree with that. But if you or I were to hang out with John Laurel or have lunch with John Laurel, would we not be fishing for information? I know I would be. I was thinking about why Georgia brought up the Harvey's birthday gift. Dan's deletion is a gift to Wendy. I'm just wondering, though, if Donna kept... So Wendy was the master manipulator, and then she backed away and let everybody else take over. I wonder if Donna thought she was clever enough to keep the conversations with Charlie to Charlie and not tell Wendy what Charlie was saying to her. Like, oh, why? So am I. Do you think that's possible that Donna, even though the manipulation started with Wendy to Donna then thought she was clever and that she was playing chess and moving Charlie parts around, moving Wendy parts around, and keeping them separate because maybe she didn't trust Wendy to keep her mouth shut, but she should have not trusted Charlie. Really, she shouldn't. Wendy would have to try what Katie tried. I had nothing to do with it. Oh, yeah, she's definitely going to do that. But Georgia would not even take the chance of putting Wendy on trial if she didn't have enough receipts. In my opinion, Georgia's not stupid. Harvey was probably sick of hearing Wendy and Donna and Charlie complain about Dan. So with Dan gone, it's a gift to Harvey. And I'm sure he was paying for Wendy's divorce. That makes sense because that was an $800 lawyer. Hello, Chewy boy. Jansen said Wendy was at mesmerizing. Yeah. Oh, he absolutely had a crush on Wendy. George says, which is crazy that Donna would throw him under the bus because Charlie had the least to gain. Charlie should have taken a deal from the gate and snitched on his mom and Wendy. Absolutely. But I don't recall if a deal was even offered to Charlie. Does anybody recall? The two, hello, my friend. That's fine. Latu, you know, we go off the rails. We are just discussing and going through what we think tonight. We're just gearing up for the trial. I think Tim would represent Wendy if he could. He likes the attention. Let's face it, lots of people don't get the attention they crave. Oh, 100%. I think he would. I think Tim Jansen would jump on representing Wendy. And honestly, if you were Wendy, would you think it was a bad idea? Tim already knows. He already knows what the people out here think. It would be a huge benefit to jury selection if Tim Jansen was her lawyer. Because he's already been involved with all these other lawyers talking about it, the average person talking about it. Yeah, Tim Jansen would be, if you were Wendy, I think that would be a brilliant idea. Although, how does Tim swallow that? He's been a guest with the Markels on there. I think he's actually had lunch with the Markels. I could be wrong. How do you swallow that? You know what I mean? But looking at it from Wendy's point of view, very good idea. From a person with a soul and morals, if I was Tim Jansen, I'd say, hell no, I'm not touching that with a 10-foot pole. Maybe he could get her to do a plea deal. If he had the gonads to say, you're going down. What's the deal though, John? Because say they don't go after Harvey. What's the deal? I think Georgia has played this so perfectly well. She's given Katie an option for a deal. I can't remember if Charlie had any deal options. Donna's had a deal option. But what deal is it for Wendy? Are Tim Jansen and Carl Steinbeck fighting? Oh, they've been not on good terms for quite a while, George. Tattle says it looks like Tim plays all sides. Guaranteed. In one live show on SDS, Tim Jansen talks from both sides of his mouth. I'm not saying Tim's a bad guy. I don't have anything against Tim. But he does talk from both sides of his mouth. Let's just call it what it is. Tim has been very unethical. Yes. In this sense, yes. Life with parole for a guilty plea. So you got to do, what is it, 80 in the States, you got to do 85%. Is it 85% of your sentence before you have a chance of parole? And what is a life sentence in the United States? Like number. Tim will be very useful to Wendy. He can make this case disappear for a few more years. Do you think Wendy would want to sit in Leon County for a few more years? Because there's no way she gets out on parole or on a bond. 2, 3. Oh, 2/3 of your term, of your sentence. So let's say if she's, I'll base it on Canada right now. Life sentence is 25 years. So she's almost 50. So that means, depending on how long it took her to get to trial, if she did life with parole, with a chance of parole, maybe get out when she's in her 70s. Do you think that Laurel possibly set Jim Jansen up when they had that lunch? Tim did say it came from a very credible. No, the lunch that he had with Laurel was before, I believe it was the weekend that Donna's trial went off the rails. Oh, okay. So she'd be like, say, depending if she got arrested right away, she's looking at least a year before she goes to trial. So she would be in what, late mid 60s if she got out. She would probably be eligible after 20 years. She would be on her 60s. Yeah. That's not enough time for me. That wouldn't be enough time for me. But the only one that would ever take a deal is her. Yeah, I get that why, but would you be okay with that? I know we don't have a say, but would you be okay knowing that that woman is going to again walk the streets when Dan can't? I would hope that Georgia has enough not to even offer that bitch a deal. That's what I would like to say. Hey, Michael, how are you? John says, I think if they had arrested Wendy first, she would have rolled on all of them quickly. Absolutely. Absolutely. If they went after her first, this would all be over. Because she would have probably got the deal that Katie Magbanua was supposed to get, and she would have taken it. Absolutely why. She thinks she can beat the charges. I bet Katie would take a deal too bad for her. I'm sorry, I don't like calling people stupid. But that girl, she could hit her head on a cement wall and still it would not help her. Who the hell gets offered a get out of jail free card and doesn't take it. I get it. She thought she was helping Sofredo because she thought he was going to get the death penalty, blah, blah, blah. She cared more about a guy than her children. If Wendy was smart, she would hire Jose Baez. But I do not think she could afford him at this point, and she's already committed to Laurel and probably paid a flat rate. I would absolutely be surprised if Wendy gets arrested that Laurel would actually be the trial lawyer. I'd be surprised. I appreciate it when life in prison means life in prison. Absolutely. You did the crime, you do the time. Danny didn't get out for good behavior. Danny doesn't just come back to life. This good behavior bullshit is just that bullshit. Katie plays dumb, but she knows everything. I guarantee she does, but I'm saying she's an idiot due to the fact that two men were more important than her own life and her children's life. Yeah, I've been thinking that too, the Jose Baez. The two says Charlie now has a new law case. Judy at A Legal says he's suing another dentist or the dentist's husband that he worked out of. Apparently they went into business and allegedly bought a building. My God, too. That guy just doesn't stop. Wendy would have given all the facts to herself out of prison. It was him and her and him and her and him. Yeah. Yeah. Baez does have another wife murdering case in Florida. What is in the water in Florida? What is in the water? Seriously, men in Florida should stay single. They should not get married because there's something in that water that makes women go woohoo for Cocoa Puffs. It is not in your best interest, gentlemen in Florida, to get married. It is just not. Or don't let your wives drink water. One or the other. Hello, Lori. Alligators in their water, among other things. Hello, Paul. Alligators. Well, there's other things that make the women go a little bit crazy. There has been snakes. Rochelle, can you please play that short video back peddling Wendy with the crown? Yeah, I can play it. You can't hear it? Whose Kleenex pile will be larger, Wendy's or Donna's, both with not a single tear in them? I said that earlier too. I said the only time Donna will actually have tears, real tears, is when she sees Charlie. Other than that, they're going to be fake. Very selfish of Katie for not taking that deal. Everyone forgets about her kids. I just hope that they are doing all right with having been abandoned by two murderous parents that are away with, yeah. As far as I know, her brother still has them. Her brother still, but they're, my God, they got to be in their 18, 19. No, her kids should probably be in their 20s now. Yeah, Katie's kids would be adults now. Can you imagine? No, Tattles, I paused it for a minute. Could you not hear it before? Because Kristen couldn't hear me last night, so I'm just wondering if it's just Kristen. Okay, interesting. Can't hear it, but you can hear me. Huh. Armand says, I don't think Wendy will plea. That would mean she admits to the boys her role in this. I agree. 100%. You can hear me, but you can't hear that. Wonder why. Okay. Well, I'm gonna have to check the speakers here. And you're right. She would have to admit. Maybe mute my mic. Okay, give me a sec, guys. I will click the speaker on the video. Maybe it's muted. Nope. Give me 1 sec. I'll check my speakers. What is Wendy doing for income now, or is she still milking off of family money? I haven't heard. Last she was doing was fundraising and stuff. Why isn't Wendy worried about being named as an unindicted conspirator? I've been calling every attorney I could to find out how to sue if I was innocent. Oh, you would be calling every lawyer. Well, it was today. It was I think Patty did it Thursday. Alive. I watched it today. Patty had a great point. If she was innocent and she has a lawyer like Laurel, which she does, and we were all out here like calling for her arrest, you know, basically saying she's guilty, all of this, we would get cease and desist orders from Laurel. She would do it. But she's not doing it because she would have to prove us wrong. And she can't prove us wrong. So when Patty had a great point. She does get $3,800 a month for having the boys, but there's got to be somewhere stating that she cannot use that money for anything regarding Dan's murder. I want to know who at Indochina booked those one-way tickets for Donna Harvey. Why didn't Georgia subpoena them? She really don't need to, though, does she, too? Because she's got all the phone calls, the emails. She's got the phone calls of her saying about Wendy knowing about extradition. Really, she wouldn't need those people. Ethan McBenowa filed a name change in the Philippines last year. I wonder if he's moved there. I would hope. I hope those boys do, or her kids get away from this. I'm gonna try, Leah. I was just talking here, but I will try to fix my speakers. I don't know what it was. The government called her an unindicted co-conspirator during testimony. If she was innocent, she should be trying to get somebody to change that. Absolutely. But again, right, Tattles? For her to have that changed, she has to prove they're wrong. She has to prove all of us wrong. And she can't do it. She literally cannot do it. There's no way that woman can prove us all wrong. So she's SOL'd. So I'm just going to unplug my other speakers. Give me 1 sec to see if this is going to work. Try the sound again. That is so weird. 2 says, I recall Donna telling Charlie and Wendy sat right in front of the Markels, and she chuckled. I can't believe it, as if it was funny. Yeah, I remember that too. Lori, 100%, the woman is vile. Okay, something is wrong with my speakers, friends, because that obviously wasn't the problem. It does have a speaker icon. I'll show you here. It's right here. And it's fully up. No, I don't have it on mute because I can hear it. Two says the one boy was close to Charlie and often wrote to him in jail. I wonder if he does now. And does he write to Grandma Gotti? Has the mail stopped? That'd be telling. The one young lad you're speaking about too, yes, that stopped. Remember, oh my God, it was a while ago. Who was it that broke that? I think it was FF that broke that. The boys, that she told the boys the truth about their uncle. Mute myself. Okay, I will try to mute myself and see if that helps. Oh, thanks, Jan. Still no sound. That is the weirdest thing. We were listening to it last night. The speakers were fine. It would be the prosecution, George. It would be as a rebuttal witness. It would be the prosecution. Charlie Adelson, custody record, age 48, gender male, race white, Leon County Sheriff's Office, number 269, custody. Detailed. Yeah, I just had that actually up. Thanks, DB. Welcome. That is quite interesting. Let me go here. He actually even looks better in this photo than he's been looking, than he looked before. Yeah, defense wants to call him, but they filed a motion he won't testify. He would be rebutting anything. So if Donna was to try to change up the extortion theory, right? Because she's handcuffed to that. Then he could be called as a rebuttal witness. Unless he's called as a rebuttal witness. We have two of Canada's national treasures on here. Who is that? At least he's not smirking like the last time, so nothing up his sleeve this time. Bingo, Armand. Bingo. When I seen that booking thing and I saw that smirk on his face, I was like, what is he up to? I was actually hoping he was going to just rat his mom completely out. I was hoping there was a deal in the works. But nope, Charlie came in like a wrecking ball. They will see each other in the courtroom. He will only be in the courtroom, DB, if he testifies. Otherwise, he won't come up. He won't be brought up into the courtroom. Yep, they are stuck with the extortion defense. Look at that. Why? We're treasures. He still has an appeal pending, correct. But having him testify to what he's already testified to rebut anything, won't hurt his appeal. if they're only asking him what he's already testified to, it can't hurt his appeal. And we know that because that's what Georgia was saying when the whole trial was going off the rails. If she needed to bring Charlie up to the stand to rebut a testimony, then she would be doing it. Because remember, Everett said, is the testimony needed? And she said, it could possibly be needed. And Georgia is not, like I said, she's not stupid. This woman, they know how much they just spent to get Charlie Adelson to Tallahassee. What was it Patty said last time around? It was something like, oh my God, I can't remember how much per trip. DB, I agree. I can't believe they would spend all this money to transfer him if he wasn't going to testify. It costs so much. Yep. Hence Wendy's fundraising. Yeah, that's right. Why? 8 grand, 15 to 20K in total. Yep. Just to transfer him. My goodness. Unbelievable. Just give me 1 second. I'm going to move you guys over here for a sec because I want to see if I can fix these darn. I don't understand what's going on with these speakers. Okay, I'm going to try this. I'm going to try this, guys, and see if that just fixed it. Tell me, anybody, I'm going to press play and let me know. I'm using StreamYard and it worked yesterday. I'm going to have to figure this out. So do I, DB. I pray we see the day. Why, says Donna also gets the bill yet for all the expert witness, transport witness, etc. costs from her failed trial last year. Yep. Yes, she does. The judge told the state to submit the cost to the defendant. Yeah, I think it could be StreamYard acting up because I'm going to try a different video because I can hear it perfectly fine. Did anyone ever buy Wendy's book? So I have a funny story about that. I did not buy Wendy's book, but, and I'm sure they have them in the States too, but up here, the people put out these mini libraries in front of their houses. And I was walking my dog one day, and I sometimes would check the library that was just down the road from me. And I opened it up, and what do I see in there? Wendy Adelson's book. And I'm like, oh my God, this is meant to be. So the book looked like it was brand new, like nobody ever read it. And they put it in there. So I took the book, I replaced it with another book because they weren't getting it back. I wasn't giving it back. I'm telling you, it is the worst book I have ever read in my life. It is horrible. It was so hard to get through. Oh, Patty found one in a thrift store. I found one in a take a book, leave a book. Oh yeah, I love the little libraries. Yeah, it's still no sound from the. I think, guys, I won't even be able to do it. I think something's going on with StreamYard that I would have to refresh, and that meant I would have to leave it. Oh, why? The book is torture. Honestly, if it was the only book I was allowed to read for the rest of my life, I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it. Here's what I say. If anybody has a Wendy Adelson book, when you know you're getting visitors, guests that you do not want to stay very long, take all your toilet magazines and everything out of your bathroom. Get rid of them. Replace it with Wendy Adelson's book. Because, or if you have a hubby or whatever that likes to sit in the bathroom and read or do whatever and take forever, replace it with Wendy Adelson's book. They are not going to sit in the bathroom forever. And your guests are going to be like, this is the type of stuff this person likes to read. We need to get the hell out of here. Oh my goodness, you didn't know she wrote a book? I got to find my books. All my books are unpacked yet. Oh yeah, Wendy wrote a book. Wendy's probably working on getting them in the prison libraries. Not if she doesn't want to riot. It's the most boring thing I have read in my entire life. I just feel sorry for the college kids that supposedly read that book. I feel sorry. Although the college kids would be like, we're gonna graduate with honors if this is what they want us to read. Donna did Wendy's homework in high school. I wouldn't doubt it. Do you think Wendy realized how much people think she's guilty? Oh, guaranteed. She has her flying monkeys. She has her flying monkeys that go into everybody's channels. We've seen it here. I wonder if there's any truth to Wendy being in Colorado. Why would she be there though? I understand Austin. I can see Austin. There's family there, right? But Colorado, that's a way different than Miami. Required reading at FSU, not right? Her house was so dirty. She's a lazy slob. Yeah, that's... You can hide from a subpoena in Colorado. Oh, you can hide from a subpoena in Colorado. How is that? So if she was in Colorado and they subpoenaed her in Tallahassee, she doesn't have to show for that? Holy Moses. It's more work to get her. Is it because they have to pay to fly? If she's subpoenaed, they'd have to pay for her travel? Just put her on the same flight as Charlie. That's why I wouldn't think Dan read it. It was really beneath everybody's academically. It was pretty audio bio. Oh, I don't care what she says. It's her story. It's what she thinks her story is. No, I couldn't even imagine Dan getting past the 3 pages. It was horrible. Oh, maybe because her boyfriend had a job offer. She might be told show up or a warrant goes out. That's fine. Arrest her on warrant. Put her on Con Air. That's what I said. Put her on Con Air with her brother. Oh, you imagine being a fly on the wall? If that happened? Oh, you're welcome, Leah. Like I said, I think it's StreamYard. Something's glitching with StreamYard because everything else is working. I can hear it. So StreamYard must be glitching. Yeah, she wouldn't risk it. She would show up. She would not risk the chance of them getting bracelets on her and those bracelets never coming off. Didn't Charlie think his own sister was attractive and hitting on her at his own murder trial? What a weird film. He did. Yep. Until Rashi's like, that's your sister. How do you not recognize her? I'm sorry. Unless it was such a drastic change that none of us knew about, like pictures, but I seen pictures of her with Dan. I would have recognized that was her. Unless his eyesight's gone really down the... There's no way you wouldn't recognize that that was her. He was probably like, why is my sister sitting on the other side of the courtroom? Why isn't she sitting behind me? It's just weird how every single one of the Adelsons distanced themselves in that trial. Distanced themselves from Charlie. But now that Donna's on trial, she wants the first 2 rows to be for friends and family. I bet Wendy will be humiliated on the stand this time. Georgia has nothing to lose now. A lot more tea is going to come out. Do you really think, Armand? I would only think that if Georgia knew she was going to be arrested as soon as she got off the stand. Because she's still got use and derivative immunity. So if Georgia gives out more of the tea and Wendy elaborates on it, that can't be used in her trial. Charlie was flirting with Wendy because psychopaths don't look at faces. True. Y says it's not a wedding. No, but it's not a wedding. But it seems the way it works, right? The defense people supporting the defendant usually sit behind the defendant. People supporting the crown or the state, we call it crown up here, you guys call it state, sit behind that said place. And nobody sat behind Charlie. Aren't Donna's attorneys just trying to limit space for bloggers, etc.? Yeah, Lori, they are. Absolutely, they're doing that. But if Judge Everett sees that those seats aren't being filled, he's going to allow the public in. He's already stated, we cannot deny the public. But she's going to have people there. I don't know how much they're paying for them to be there, but she's going to. Georgia is going to keep playing it slow because of the immunity, but her ultimate goal is definitely Wendy. Absolutely, George. Wendy, Wendy, Wendy. It's all about Wendy. Yeah, it's definitely, she's got, I agree that she might be a little more direct with Wendy. I just don't see her bringing out anything that we haven't already heard from Wendy. Now, here's the question, guys. Is she going to be doing a K turn this time? Or is it going to be an S turn or a U turn? Is she going to stick with K turn? Or what are you guessing? What letter is that turn going to be this time? You know, like I did a, you know, like a K turn. Who the fuck does a K turn? A Q turn. Armand, I like a Q turn. Yep. Yeah, a 3-point turn, right, John? Right. But I don't think she understands what 3-point turn means. She's like, you know, I did like a K turn. And not only did she say it, she used hand motions. It was brilliant. I'm like, what are you doing? Or what is it she didn't remember about being a lawyer? Oh my gosh, my brain. To be found. Oh, it'll hit me here in a minute. Not obstruction. Not obstruction. In contempt of court? Contempt. Thank you. Contempt. She didn't remember the word, the meaning of contempt. Every single one of us, non-lawyer people, understand what it means to be held contempt. Yeah, whether she could be charged or not. Held, and where Georgia said those are fighting words in lawyers. She's like, well, I wouldn't say that. I was just asking the court to hold up what they decided. Oh my God. I can't stand that woman. I really can't. I don't know how. I know not stalking or things like that, but how so many people know about this case and that woman isn't plastered pictures of her everywhere. That's right, DB. Contempt. I couldn't get the word to come out. I knew what I was thinking. I just couldn't get the word to come out. And she's a lawyer. And she didn't know that. I really wish they would have panned to Rashbaum at that moment, because the There's no way he could hide his expression of, what are you talking about right now? George, right? A mugshot takes a 3-point turn. Sure does. She needs to take a 3-point turn. She simply lies about things she doesn't have to. Exactly. Wouldn't have made her look bad if she understood what the word contempt meant. It wouldn't have made her look bad at all. It wouldn't have made her look guilty either. They were talking about how bad the divorce got. You need to email Donna tonight and find out what her strategy is going to be next week. Oh, John, she wouldn't. Honestly, she wouldn't tell. She doesn't talk. She will not talk strategy or anything. She just won't. She's learned that lesson. But, like I said, I think that's her only option. She didn't understand immunity either, right? It's almost like if you thought she was a lawyer or that she was a good lawyer or any of that, then she was guilty. It made no sense. Is Charlie going to testify? That is the biggest thing. I say only as a rebuttal witness, if needed. That's the only way he testifies. Maybe it was for an appeal of, or she was charged with perjury. Now, if we listen to Tim Jansen, the chances of her ever being charged with perjury, which we all have evidence of it, is nil. They don't do it. Do you honestly think Donna thinks she's going to beat this? What is her true mindset? She thinks she can win. She thinks that she can set it straight. No, she said, nobody knows my story. People just know what the state wants them to know. They don't actually know the true story. And that's what makes me believe that she's going to play the mom under duress, not because of Danny and Wendy, but because of the extortion. She's tied to that extortion. So she's got to have a reason why she got involved and didn't say anything. I think she's playing that as her defense. Hello, Michelle. How are you? Right, Christine. She thought originally she couldn't be charged. Yeah. Leah says she's going to take a big F turn. What's hilarious? Delusional is, Lori. I've never spoken to someone that either she's completely delusional or she just thinks that her skills and manipulation are that good. She truly believes that her and Harvey are going to get through this nightmare, her words, nightmare, and that she is going to be, Harvey and her are going to be able to live out what's left of their golden years out of the public eye and in peace. Oh, like I said, it's the fact that either she's completely delusional or that she just thinks she's that good of a manipulator. But she truly does think that she and Harvey will live out their final years of their golden years in peace. John says a fairy tale starts out once upon a time. Donna's story will start out, you're not going to believe this shit, but yeah, I I like that one, John. Oh, she is. She's cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs, that one. The Markels have been living a nightmare. No truer word said. That family deserves justice, full justice. I say full justice because it ain't full justice till all the Adelsons minus one is behind bars. That family deserves peace. That family deserves to take that deep breath and know that they did everything they possibly could for justice for their son. They thought so little of Dan and are so odd that the whole family didn't think this was going to be a high profile case. Yeah, right? They didn't think. Do you think the Wendy or the Markel sons talked to Harvey, Donna, or Charlie? I think the Markel boys talked to Harvey. Do not think that Donna or Charlie, but I think they talked to Harvey. Robert is going to testify. Yes. I cannot wait for that moment. I'm excited for that moment. Definitely 2 of her children will testify for the prosecution. We don't know about Charlie. All depends on which way Donna goes. All depends. You're right. It's going to be very interesting. They are the ones who deserve to live their lives out of the spotlight and enjoy their memories. Exactly. So many years they've lived the worst moment of their life over and over and over and over again. Even Ruth says in her book, it'll be nice to be able to live in the memories of Danny, not the memories of what happened to Danny. Does Donna have to pay the bill for Robert's travel too? I'm not sure. Did they have to subpoena Robert? I bet everyone is arriving in Tally right about now, including the Markels. Yep. Yeah, because today's the 16th. I feel terrible for Robert, though, that he is now, yeah. I feel bad for Robert. I really do. The problem Georgia will have is to show how absurd the extortion theory is. Charlie took the stand and revealed the absurdity. Not this time, though. But that's why he's there, right, Armand? Because she's tying them to this extortion theory. So I don't think Charlie would be called at all until after Donna testifies. I cannot wait for this trial, you guys, and I want Wendy behind bars where she belongs. So do I. The boys have no relationship whatsoever with their grandparents. Wendy will not allow it. Nope. It's a shame. That is evil. It's just evil. Robert is now yet again drug into the Adelson craziness. That poor guy. That poor. Do you guys think Harvey should be arrested? I want Harvey. I want them all arrested. I do. But like I've said many times, until Donna's trial, I don't know how they get to Harvey. Unless they have information we don't know. I don't know how they get to Harvey. Have you heard the song I wrote and sent to Ruth through Stephen Webster? No, I have not. I wonder if Robert's wife realized how close she came. This family doesn't mind doing anything to get rid of the problem, right, Tattles? She's the first. She married the only good Adelson. Like, you talk about winning the lottery in a family that you married into. Robert Adelson was the lottery. I'd rather Wendy get arrested first. Oh, 100%. Hey, Maestro. Hey, all. So glad to catch you live. How are you doing? Yeah. I think Harvey is a one-off. I think they go for Wendy and they go for Harvey or they don't, right? Because of his age, they may, right? The state may say to Ruth, Phil, and Shelly, do you want us to go for it? I would give Ruth, Phil, and Shelly that option. Depending how deep Harvey was in it. But I would think they would give that option to the Markels. So I don't know. I don't know if they go after Harvey or not, guys, to be honest. I think they get the big fish. They get Wendy Adelson. And then they discuss with the Markels about Harvey. As much as I would like to see all of them behind bars, I don't know. As long as they get Wendy. Oh, did my chat freeze? Let me see. Oh, I think my chat froze, guys. Oh. Can you guys hear me? I'm like froze that Maestro here. Oh, there we go. Okay. Thanks, Lori. I'm watching. I popped out my YouTube chat because StreamYard's having trouble tonight. Is that the nightmare I've haunting her from the grave? You mean that nightmare? I wonder when the last time Robert saw anyone in the psycho murderers family of his poor guy. Wasn't it Harvey's birthday? They said he was there. Patricia. Hello, hello. There once was a woman called Donna, had a life she did live without honor. She enlisted her son to get a man with a gun to make sure the sunshine shone on her. Welcome, Patricia. They can get to Harvey from the conversations he had with Charlie on the tape restaurant call. Yeah, I get that, George, but I'm wondering how they link him to the very beginning, right? To the planning. I agree he knew. I just don't know when he knew. Age should not matter if he was in it. He needs to be held accountable. Absolutely, George. I agree. I do agree with that. I agree at George Dixon. His last days should be in jail or prison. Absolutely. I agree. I say they take Harvey unless he works a deal. Okay, so play this out. What if when Wendy gets arrested, they arrest Harvey at the same time? Do you think that's a possibility? I would bet my house that the mastermind of the Adelson fortune knows everything and sanctioned it. Well, if Patricia says it, it must be true. Probably at the birthday party. Oh, maybe. So that would be his 70th birthday party, though, right? He would now be 82. Yeah. Maybe they get Wendy and Harvey on lesser charges. I think they could get Harvey. He would still go to jail. They could get him on probably tax evasion, money laundering. They would race to flip on the other one. Mm-hmm. Harvey and Donna share an email account, so I would imagine if he looks at emails that would have seen all these damaging things. Yeah, I believe Patricia. We'll be lucky to see Wendy arrested. You don't think so, L'Oreal? You don't think she'll get arrested? Tattle says, awesome. If they arrest them both at the same time, it would be a twofer. 2-4, yeah. Do you think Harvey? So, okay, let's play this out. Harvey and Wendy get arrested at the same time. Obviously, the state, because they're brilliant, would go to Harvey and offer him a deal first. Do you think Harvey would flip on Wendy? Or would he die on that sword? Harvey is the money guy. He's the one with the registration for the cars that they gave to Katie. Yep. I don't think Harvey will be arrested. I question it too, Lori. I agree. I'm worried that she may have kept herself clean enough despite the tons of circumstantial evidence, and she has a good enough lawyer. But we don't know the stuff that she was sending to Sarah Yusuf, things like that. We don't know any of that. We don't. I think there is a lot of evidence against Wendy, but because Georgia has to play it so close to the vest that it allows people like us to be like, oh, is there enough? Isn't there enough? That's right. Right, John? We do not know what Georgia knows. And Tattle, see, you're thinking what I'm like. He wouldn't flip on Wendy. Him flipping on Wendy would mean he has to flip on Donna and Charlie. If Donna has an appeal going, Harvey won't do that. That's why I say I don't think Harvey gets arrested. There's a bunch of evidence we don't know. I see Wendy taking a flipping for a lesser charge. I don't see Harvey doing it. Just like Donna won't flip. Yep. Donna won't flip, but in as my opinion, and this is just what I see, unintentionally, because she's caught up in this extortion layaway plan, she's going to have to basically kind of roll over Charlie to save herself. Wendy, the high school virgin. Justice May, she made hay with both the brain and plastic surgeon. Oh, Wendy, 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 Wendy. I wouldn't doubt she's got an OnlyFans site. Sarah said that Wendy asked her to put in a good word for her with the media. Innocent people don't do that, right? You're right. Georgia probably has so much in her back pocket that we don't know about. I agree. When it comes to Wendy, we know she's guilty of sin. We know it. But if we were to sit here, the evidence that we know of is, at best. But you got to put all that together with what Georgia knows. They should have put them all on trial at once. I think so, George. I think so. I don't think Harvey will flip on Wendy. No, I don't either. Donna won't flip. Sounds like a sick dolphin. Oh, my first time I've ever done that. Oh. When did she start the enrollment of the boys in Miami? If before Dan's death, then that's damning. Same with when the movers were arranged. I remember seeing this, and yes, it was before. It was before. I think it was almost a week or two before, because they start early they start school early in Miami, if I'm correct. Or in southern Florida. So she had to get them enrolled. So she did enroll them early because she knew when the hit was going to happen. So you're right, Armand. That speaks volumes. Because she knew that she couldn't relocate. So why would she be enrolling the kids? The boys are 14 and 15 now. I wonder if they've watched stuff on YouTube and what they know or think, or if they are brainwashed. I guarantee they have. I guarantee they have went through YouTube. I don't. Tell me any children of that age that doesn't have social media, things like that, seeing what people are saying. I know there's a few times before I took my long hiatus that I had mentioned that there was one person that came into our live and they were asking very direct but pointed Wendy questions. And I had said after a while, I'm like, I would be so worried that the boys were watching or the boys were in the chat, and I try to be very careful what I say about their mother, even though I think she's guilty of sin, because you never know if they're out there. Hello, Bianca. How are you? Watching from the Netherlands. It's 3:58 a.m. Justice for Dan Markel. Absolutely. It's what it's all about. No matter what, no matter the climate out in the real world, no matter what one podcaster's doing or another one, it all comes down to justice for Dan. Also, if she had a rental in her name in Miami before Dan's death, she would be sunk. I don't think she had that, because she moved in with her parents first, right? Where in the Netherlands, I used to have family in Bunnik. I'm not even trying to pronounce that too. Really bugging me, these speakers, guys. But I know I can't refresh. I can't refresh the StreamYard, or I'll lose the feed. So what time have we got? We got 11 o'clock. So maybe what I will do is I will end the live here. We don't really want to hear Wendy's voice anyway. Thank you, Lori. Maybe I'll end the live here. And then tomorrow night, we will catch back up, and I'll get these speakers all figured out, what's going on, because they worked fine last night. Oh, I agree. I wonder what they think of their mother. I wonder if they can't wait till they're 18 to get away from her. I would think they love their mom. In that sense, I would say they've been brainwashed. Not because they love their mom, because no matter what we all say or anything like that, it's their mom, right? They're going to want to believe that their mom would not do this, no matter what's said. So I would really think, I would actually think the boys would come to her defense. It's their mom. Yep. Murder by Maestro, thank you. CNC Hugstall, thank you for popping in. She's all they have. That's right. She's all they have. So I would say they would come to her defense. Like I've said before, I would almost bet they would, they would fight with everything they have to say that their mom didn't do this. The moment that she gets arrested is going to be devastating to them. The moment that she gets convicted, their whole world comes down on them. Their whole world comes down. And unfortunately, because she has stopped that relationship with the Markels, it's going to be hard for a long time. And as much as I would like to come on here when Wendy gets convicted and be excited and all of that, it would be hard, because yes, Dan, they finally got justice for Dan, but the boys' world is just gone. When one has to grow up without their adoring parent, it creates a nagging sadness that never eases. It must be tenfold for those whose parents was, yeah, I agree, Patricia. I don't think so, George. No, because like I said earlier, then they would play the who's going to flip game. Harvey will not flip on Donna. Harvey will not flip on Wendy. I just don't see it. I don't see Harvey getting arrested after this trial. I think it's Wendy's turn. And if they go after Harvey, they go after him. I don't know. I really, if I was a betting person, I'd say they don't go after Harvey. I know that's not going to be popular, but the saddest part is that the kids will hardly have memories of their father. They were 3 and 4. Exactly, Armand. Exactly. The only memories they have are of the Adelsons. They might have fleeting memories of the Markels, but Wendy has kept them away from them. I think you're right, and they might not want to go to Canada to be with their grandparents. Well, I believe Phil lives in California now. I believe Phil lives in the States now. The impact of what the Adelsons have done will one day slam into the adult lives of Dan's sons like an effing meteorite. But these F-wits don't give a shit. Right, Patricia? When it hits these boys, it's going to be, they need the support there because this could really, really damage them for the rest of their lives. Rochelle, thank you for the great show. I've got to run. I'll look forward to your next live show. Thank you for being here, Michael. I appreciate it. I honestly believe the Markels are too old to fully be their caregivers. Also, they are divorced. Phil lives elsewhere, but best solution would be Shelly or maybe Rob. Hmm. But you also have to remember, by the time this trial's over, are they 15 and 16? Every Adelson should have been in court together on trial. Obviously not Robert. One of them would have flipped. One of them would have flipped. And it'd be over with. Exactly. Kind of like Allison and her realization of what happened to her mom. Hmm. I would like to know if Rob has some kind of relationship with those boys or not. I would highly think not. But do you not think that Wendy's not stupid, stupid? Do you not think that she would have had some kind of plan in place just in case? This is horrible for all the children involved. They're all innocent. Yep. Katie's kids. Roman. I wonder if Wendy has spoken highly of Abba. Abba. Does she have framed pictures of the boys and their father in their bedroom? Somehow I doubt it. I agree. I doubt it. John Smith, very true. These boys have some painful days ahead, sadly. Right? Right, Maestro, I can't. And that's why I say, like, if it came down to it where Wendy was on trial and she got convicted, I'd be torn in two different directions. Do I come on here and go, finally, the ding dong, the bitch is done, blah, 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 blah. Or do I be like, because you just don't know if the boys are ever going to see it. And we have to remember that is still their mom. That is still their mom. This has damaged every generation of the Adelsons and every generation of the Markels. Violence never only wounds the victim, right? Given this situation, I don't think Wendy would allow Rob to contact them. No, I agree with you. Is she that delusional that she wouldn't have an emergency plan? Like when you throw a stone in the water, the ripples spread. Yep. Oh, I would bet he doesn't either. Yeah, I can't believe she wouldn't have an emergency plan. Unless she's just gonna leave him with some random person in Austin. Has she gave her boyfriend some kind of parental rights? I don't know if that's allowed in the States if you're not adopting or married. She does have family there, John, yeah. Oh, Lorio, you think she got married? No. That would be the stupidest thing that guy did. I'd say, yeah, he's not too bright because you don't marry that. She's no, no, no. Oh, well, I don't know. She's got nobody else to do her dirty deeds for, so maybe you're safe. She's got no one that would carry it out for her now. They're all behind bars. Does Wendy really have family members that want to take her kids for her? That's huge responsibility. Well, Tattles, if you look at it like this, it's not that big of a responsibility to anybody because they're financially taken care of. So it would never be a financial burden on anybody. Right? Because the boys are well taken care of. She's engaged to Zoltar from Big. There was talk of boarding schools for the boys. The oldest one. I saw a picture. The oldest one, definitely. Or wait. Trying to remember. I think it was. I'm saying their names in my head. I think it's an uncle in Austin. Don't know if he would take them. Hey, Karen, how are you? The boys' futures will be lawyers. Markel and Markel. Wouldn't that be something? Why? Yes, I'm in Canada. Yes. That would be something. Just the idea of taking teenagers that have been raised under these circumstances. Oh, yeah. No, I agree. Because, especially, right? I agree with you there, Tattles. I wasn't thinking it that way. The the mental stress that anybody's going to have to go through, because those boys are going to crash. They are. And it's just who's going to be there to help pick them up. My trauma that I went through, I crashed. I can't even imagine the trauma that these boys, there's nothing that compares to what these boys are going to go through. They not only lost their dad, their closest family members, their caregivers were the ones that did it. Yes. Oldest one looks like Dan, youngest one looks like Charlie. I imagine at some point they will be filled with anger, rage. I would think it would surpass anger. I would think it would be blind rage. And that's what I mean. Like when they crash, they're going to crash. And if they don't have the right people and the right support around them, their lives could go so far off the rails that they can't even get them back. They must see all the coverage. It's massive. I agree. Why? That's why I don't name them on here. Never have, never will. People will put their name in chat. I'll read it, but I won't read the name. And bitch, tell your daughter to return through its rightful history, and Big Suze will go easy on you. Wendy can't monitor what they watch if they have phones, right? And if they're going to friends' houses, I'm sorry. If my son, okay, so I'm just put this out. If my son brought home a kid and he says, oh, this is so-and-so. I say, oh, what's your mom's name? And if they said Wendy Adelson, I'd be like, oh, is that so? I would be, and then when the kid left, I would talk to my son. I truly would. So there's got to be parents that are following this, that those two boys are friends with. They've had conversations with their kids. I would hope so too, Lori. I would hope so too. And teenagers can be mean, right? Teenagers can be mean. So who knows what they're going through right at this moment? Why, you're right. Teenagers know everything until they hit 20, and then they know nothing anymore. But Bianca says, this case is crazy. Georgia and Sarah will take care of the Adelsons. That is a dream team. I know it's still out there. I know people are still debating on who cross-examines Donna. I know everybody's saying Sarah. I just can't imagine Georgia giving up that opportunity. I really can't. I think it'll be harder on those boys when she gets convicted and they realize that their mother paid a hitman to murder their daddy. Yeah. Because right now the boys may be seeing like the podcast, things like that, but they could easily tell themselves these people haven't seen the evidence. They're just speculating. And they're only hearing what their mom's saying. But once it's out in court and the evidence is put out in front of everyone, that's when it'll hit those two boys like a wrecking ball. They will each get $1 million from their dad. I don't know the age and the trust. Yeah, let's just hope they don't go down the wrong road, because we know when you go down the wrong road and you're trying to mask your pain and stuff like that, that's my fear for the boys. That's my fear. I don't know of any law tuber not talking about this trial, even if they're not covering it. Oh yeah, since I've been gone, when I took the hiatus there, so many people, and you know what? I was like, oh, awesome. I was happy that more people were jumping on this. I think Georgia as well. Yeah, same here, John. I don't see Georgia giving up that opportunity to cross-examine Donna. I can't even imagine what they're going through if they're not already. Same here. Teenagers can be so mean. Yep. Tulips and cheese, eh, murder? They're the dream team. They are such a good team. I think Georgia will cross-examine Donna. So do I. I know a lot of people say Sarah Catherine Dugan should do it, but I have nothing against Sarah. But Georgia's heard those tape calls. Let's be honest. Georgia has heard Donna go on and on and on about her. Murder says there was a time they were talking of moving Georgia to a different office, and thankfully it never happened. Yeah. Because she's got to finish out this, right? She's got to be the finish. I hope the boys don't misdirect their anger and blame to the Markels. They may for a bit. They may for a bit. Oh, so do I, Lori. So do I. I want Georgia to. I want the night before she cross-examines Donna. Maybe we'll help her out. And we'll play all the top hits of Donna bashing Georgia. So that way, Georgia has it all up there. Oh, it's going to be brilliant. It's going to be a masterpiece. Look how great Kobe Ryan has turned out. Lori Daybell's son. I refuse to use the good name value. Kobe is amazing, and he has really put in the work. Yep. Oh, I'm not saying it's not. I think the boys can do it too. Reading and catching up. Hi, everyone. And I just saw MD says she thinks Georgia will cross-examine Donna. Oh, my God. Bring the popcorn. Woohoo. Popcorn. We will have popcorn. Oh. I've always thought, there's no way there's just no way. GoFundMe made $54K, so Wendy got that. Memorial fund to help the boys. Unbelievable. I didn't even realize there was a GoFundMe. Why? I didn't even realize that. Yeah, I said that to one of the YouTubers that there's no way Georgia won't. And they said to me that Georgia cross-examining Donna will look bad to the jurors, that she is going after an elderly woman. They need to have Sarah Catherine Dugan do it because she will talk to Donna like a loving granddaughter. And that will look better to the jury. I'm like, well, what you need to do is play a few of those tapes of her saying some nasty, nasty shit that she said. They're going to forget she's even a grandmother. Hey, Mac. I've been having a late dinner. Hard to eat with so many great lives going on. Laugh out. Glad to be at this one. Always welcome. Lori, right? Wait till Donna opens her mouth. Yeah, no juror's going to feel bad for her then. I recall there was a GoFundMe for the Markels and Wendy's, and Wendy stepped in and took it instead. Jesus. Abundance is music. Welcome. Georgia just needs to expose Donna as the evil monster that she really is. Period. Period. Full stop. Mic drop. I agree. I don't think you need to play and put on a show and go at Donna with kid gloves. No, she's a big girl. She had her son-in-law snuffed out. Gloves are off. If Sarah cross-examined is Donna, she's going to eat her alive. Oh, I agree. I don't say there's anything wrong with Sarah doing it, and I know Sarah could do it. But I'm just saying there's so much fucking verbal diarrhea that Donna has put out there and saying about Georgia that I just can't imagine Georgia doing that. Yeah, okay, you saw it too where they thought Sarah would be softer. Yep. One of the donations was $25,000 anonymous. The Latin Kings? I'm just joking. I'm joking, guys. Yes, I agree. Sarah will do the exam of Rob. Yep, I agree with that. Absolutely, I agree with that. Absolutely do. And Rob does, because that's, my God, can you imagine how hard that's going to be? Like, yeah, they're distant. They're probably hardly any love lost there, but it's still your mom. Haha, Georgia beating up on Donna. Donna needs a Georgia to shake her up, expose the ugliness. 100% Max. I know Dan had a list of other investments too that she would have benefited from financially. Abundance says Basically, Donna has already prosecuted herself by her own words and wiretap recordings and emails to Wendy. Right? And like I said, Charlie's trial was actually Donna's trial also. It's the same like Katie's 2 trial. That was a trial of Charlie. Shelly is in charge of the trust, thank God. Yes. Absolutely. That's good. Because the boys would have nothing if she wasn't. I'm not saying if any of the Markels. I'm saying if Wendy was, there'd be nothing. Max is saying, how did you guys learn about the GoFundMe? Guys, chat amongst yourselves for a minute. I just have to step away for a quick hot second. Sorry about that, guys. Donna's trial will be a rinse and repeat trial after Charlie's trial. Absolutely. Honestly, Donna could have been sitting right beside Charlie. That was revealed a long time ago, Max. I heard it on Patty's Playhouse. I'm killing you. Why am I killing you? I hope the gallery stands up as respect for Rob Adelson. No dramatic facials, just stand up. It sends a message to the jury. Oh, I don't think Everett would allow that. I heard no. I heard she's having a watch thing afterwards on a special site. You need to give her your email to get accepted. I think the GoFundMe story might be in Ruth's book. Oh, it is. Tattles, it absolutely is. I forgot all about that part. Today's the date in 2016 when my nephew Gary Burns was seen alive. Oh, Patricia. Oh. Ruth's attorney also sued the city with the 911 dispatcher work for and apparently got a $40,000 settlement. I believe that was in her book too. Yes, it was. I totally forgot that. Thank you, Tattles, for reminding me that about the book. She says no, but who knows? She says she's teaching a flower arrangement class, maybe the second weekend of the trial, and it's an online event, so she could be anywhere, right? She could be. There's no shortage of money floating around. No, Tattles, you're right. Wendy is a greedy thief, in my opinion. I agree. I agree. Well, I mean, me either. One thing she has taught us is never trust a word she says. Who are we talking about, Max? I hope they introduce Donna's plan to harm Robert Adelson to prevent him from testifying. Yes, I hope so too. Yes, okay, yeah. On oh, Patricia, on a special broken $5,000 TV she'll be watching. Or Rochelle, I mean, you're killing me when you make me laugh so hard, like at the 25K Latin Kings thing. Oh, hey. If the Latin Kings can put out wiretaps, then they can donate to a GoFundMe, right? I didn't know the Latin Kings had that ability, but I guess they do. Max is an ex-friend of KCL from back in the day, in case Rochelle didn't know that. Well, there's no love lost for me either, so KCL said if you want to join her private coverage, you have to send her an email in what Rochelle was referring to. Yes. And you have to send her your email and you have to tell her who you are because she doesn't want any trolls or basically troublemakers, anybody to intrude in her safe, happy aura. And they're not exactly her words, it's just what I got from it. So don't come after me. Safe, happy aura my ass. Oh God. Yep. She doesn't want to discipline subscribers. No. No more timeouts, things like that. Rochelle's such a pretty name. It's identical to my name, but with an R. Not saying my name is pretty, but I think yours is prettier and different. So, Michelle, the story behind my name. My family is Italian. So there's a lot of Michaels and there's a lot of Michelles. My aunt, my mom's sister is Michelle. My grandfather was a Michael. And my mom wanted to name me after both, which meant another Michelle, which was there was a lot. So my mom decided to take the M off and put an R on. So still named after them, but it sounds different. That's how I got Rochelle. We are talking about KCL and the fact that she says she's not going to trial. Yeah, she said she's not. Now, okay, can somebody please remind me? Because I vaguely recall that there was some kind of writing campaign or something to the courthouse or to Judge Everett or to the state attorney's office about denying her entry into this trial. It's Rochelle. I've seen Rochelle 2 times and now Rochelle. Can you clarify? It's Rochelle, but a lot of people call me Rochelle. I heard Harvey is planning to sneak in a file hidden in a loaf of banana bread for Donna so she can escape to Vietnam. Do you know what be hands down? Oh my God. Hands down, golden moment. Please, Georgia, please do it for us in the cheap seats. Donna on the stand. If Georgia said, I have one question for you. I want to know your special ingredients for your banana bread that would make Danny Markel forgive and forget all the bad things you said to his children, and for him to drop the grandma motion. Inquiry minds would like to know what is in that banana bread. That would be a mic drop moment. And I will tell you all, I did try to get the banana bread recipe when I was speaking to Donna. She would not give me the banana bread recipe. Yes. And forget he's kosher, right? I'm Italian also, very. My father is Michael, so same kind of very pretty name. Yeah. And Michael, Michelle, you know, that's how I got my name. But the cheap seats need to know what was in the banana bread. That's all we ask. Georgia to Donna, how many teaspoons of cyanide did you use for the banana bread you baked for Dan Markel? That's okay. That's all right. KCL said something positive about my comment on STS live chat, and I said, fuck off, fluffy head. Anyone who disrespects my father's alibi and Patty Wilson is my mortal enemy. That, okay, I get, and I don't, the reason they came after me, you all know, the reason they came after me is because I stood up for Patty. I couldn't take it no more. And when I did my live, I said, enough's enough. I stood up for Patty. And then, bam, they came after me like a wrecking ball. But I was absolutely stunned how she went after my father's alibi. I was stunned. Yeah, love that response so much. Was that on STS? I'd laugh my ass off when you told that the other day. There certainly was tons of drama surrounding KCL during after Charlie's trial, that's for sure. Really, the drama started when Donna's case derailed. It went berserk, and I was keeping myself out of it. Some of you that were here, like Patricia and that, I was staying right clear of it. And then something happened. They said something about Patty, and I couldn't do it no more. I could not. And I'm telling you, it was the worst time ever. They came at my looks. They came at my one eye has scar tissue from everything that I went through. So the eyebrow sits a little differently. Not a damn thing I can do about it. They picked on that. They picked on everything to the point where I was so low on myself from what they were doing. Yep. Would that be our friend Matrix? It was horrible. We couldn't even do a live. We couldn't even have a conversation or anything like that on here because it was just constant. Over and over and over and over again every single night. It was like getting beat up every single night because I stood up for Patty. I don't regret it though. Yeah. Oh, it was bad, Kristen. It was really bad. It was the first start of me not doing lives because I just could not take it no more. And then because my attacker was getting out of prison and I had all that stress to deal with, it was just too much. Way too much. Abundance says they can pick on your looks because they are shallow, but they can't pick on your beautiful brain. Thank you, my friend. You see who went away for months in the end? I did. I did. I had to. I couldn't take the abuse that was being sent out. And I'm going to be straight up and honest with you guys. This is only my second live. No, my third live since I've been back. And I got attacked in the comments last night. What is this here? Michael says, or Michelle says, I thought the drama was happening while she was during the Charlie trial. No, it was when Donna's trial derailed. Oh my gosh, I was never a fan, to be honest. A fan of KCL. I meant TSP, KCK, and FF. Oh yeah. Oh, they came at me crazy. I'll bet you one of those ingredients was Xanax and Donna's banana bread. True enough. I figured as soon as you said, when you said the t-shirt with the kosher and the lobster. Yeah. The only reason you get attacked is because you are striking a nerve or truth. Well, so one of the things that they attacked me on is basically what we're doing here tonight, right? Because we're having a conversation. My lives are not so much of watch this, do this and that. My lives are actually a community where we can come and I pull up, we discuss what you're saying. We're all a community. We chat. One of the attacks were that I didn't know what I was doing and all this, which is fine. I don't. But I didn't want this to be where, I just played a video and I talked and the chat just got no attention. And then I was told I shouldn't pull chats up unless people are donating because it makes other channels look bad. I don't care. I don't care. It was a lot. Well, I like Patty a lot. She's a real deal. She's down to earth and funny and doesn't put up with any BS. I think she's terrific. I have never cared for KCL ever. Patty's Playhouse. Patty. She didn't know me from Adam. I reached out to her when I first started. And I asked her if she'd be willing to come on my live. That way I could get more people would see me, because you just get lost in the algorithm. She did not hesitate. She says, absolutely, I will help you out. I've never had a bad word to say about Patty. Never, and never will. I had my hysterectomy surgery. Patty reached out to see how I was doing. Patty's a really good person. So the person that came at me in the comments last night even was making fun of me saying how amazing Patty looks. What's the sense of that? I said, Patty does look amazing, and there's no shame in saying so. That's inexcusable, the way they treated you, Rochelle, and the way she has treated so many. Absolutely. Michelle says, this is the first time meeting you, and I have loved this live tonight. And there are lots of people here that I know. I love doing it this way. If there's a new motion, I bring it up on the screen. We discuss it. If there's new things so I work during the day, so I cannot stream the trial live. But what I do is I replay it at night. We cut out the sidebars. We cut out the breaks. We cut out all the BS and we discuss it. Who attacked you, Rochelle, in the comments last night? The name was Bob-YME. That was the commenter's name. I don't know who it was. I've never seen that name before. Community of people exchanging ideas. That's all I ever wanted, Abundance. That's all I ever wanted to do. I love watching trials. I love watching them. So I decided, because I would sit in front of my TV, I'd watch them, I'd be yelling at my TV, I'd be doing everything. And I thought, why not do a YouTube channel where people can come in? Because I would be on some of those YouTube channels. I would have a legitimate question from one of these lawyers or things like that. And your chat, you just get lost when the chats fly and stuff like that. So I thought, why not start a YouTube channel for people like me that actually want to have a discussion with people about what we're watching. And that's what I did. Rochelle, tell how kind Patty was to you when she didn't even know you. Oh, I think I just did, Kristen. Yeah, why? I guarantee Patty asked about me a few times. She's a great human being, great person. Yes, no fan of KCL. Before I even knew anything about her, just her name annoyed me, smug and pompous. Then I watched her a few times, and I just described her personality as well. Exactly, John. Patty is one of the sweetest and most appreciable people on YouTube. Absolutely. Allergic to cats. Please share the link of channel that sells the kosher t-shirts. Let me see if I can get Metrics link up. Patty is our mothership. Yes, she is. Yes, she is. No, John, I've never seen that name ever. I'll put it in chat, guys. I'm going to put the name of the person so you can see. Oh, I'm really behind. Sorry. LJ. Hey, LJ. Welcome. Love you and Patty. You both freedom of ideas. You don't ban people unlike others. No one bashes you, Patty, or my father's alpha. No, both are amazing. Oh, I'm really behind on chat. Sorry, guys. I do. I love. Oh, breaking news. I just heard that Charlie, aka Pappy Cheeto, just arrived at Leon County Jail to testify at Donna's upcoming trial. Oh, did you not, Abundance, did you not see that? We had that up. Hold on. Oh, where did it go? Oh, yes, it was a short on STS. Surviving the Survivor. Search. I'm going to bring up his mugshot for you. So, Abundance, this is Charlie Adelson arriving in Leon County. I'll pause it. That's his mugshot, right? Patty's going through a lot with her husband right now. Yes. Well, this is his mugshot at Leon County, the Leon County Sheriff's Office. Pretty crazy news because if Charlie testifies, it could hurt his appeal case. It won't be to testify, Abundance. It'll be for a rebuttal. Unless he's come to the aha moment, I'm never getting out of here. My ass belongs to Bubba now. And turns on Wendy. She did block one the other day, but I don't remember who. Rochelle, maybe come to Patty's live tomorrow if she has one. She usually does one on Sunday. Yes, I will. Oh, I need to jump in and say hello to her. Oh, you're welcome. You're absolutely welcome. Unless he flips on Wendy. The only person that's going to give Charlie Adelson any satisfaction, if he finally realizes that he's never getting out, and the person that put him there is his sister, and he flips. Even with that, she still supports Bling, Susan, and others. Patty asked about you, wondered where you were. I had to, well, the stress of what was happening on YouTube was a lot, but again, it really did truly boil down to my attacker being released from prison. Maybe Charlie is rethinking turning on the little princess Wendy, the manipulator. Oh, abundance from your mouth to whatever higher power is out there. Oh, thank you, Michelle. Just dropped a link to True Crime Metrics channel. Thank you so much for doing that. Yes, and everyone check out Metrics too, because he's a great person. Georgia should give Charlie a deal. Parole after 30 years for flipping on Wendy. Yep. I would accept that. I think if I was the Markels, I would accept that too, just to get her ass behind bars. Sorry about my language, but when it comes to her, I can't help it. The filter don't work. To get Wendy behind bars, I would do it. Yes, Charlie's son Roman needs a parent, any parent at this point. I have to wonder if Bree was this way, or has all the BS gone and just destroyed her. Because I heard, and I could be wrong, please correct me if I am, that supposedly there was supposed to be financial help for Roman, but there isn't any. She's not getting any financial help. Roman would be what? Almost 8 now? No. He was 5 during Charlie's trial. What happened to Bree? As far as I know, she's living in place, then getting evicted. Did she move to South Carolina or North Carolina? North Carolina, I believe. She's been through a lot. Oh, that would be great, Tattles. That would be a great idea. That's another kid that may fall through the cracks because of these people. I hate to say this about a child, John, but I think it's almost guaranteed that Roman does. I hate to say that about a child. Yeah, Bree's car tags were expired or something like that. It made me think she didn't have any money. Either she's getting money and she's not putting it in the right places, or she's not getting any. Just subscribe to True Crime Metrics. Good job, LJ. Thank you for doing that. I love when this community supports other communities. I had stepped out for a while. Absolutely nothing wrong with your looks. Take it from a guy. Petty people say catty things. Thank you, Armand. It doesn't bother me anymore. Well, it must, because I'm still behind a coffee cup. But Wendy gained over $2 million from Dan's murder, along with 10 years of freedom and full custody of the kids. Wendy has played everyone. Time to pay for her crimes. Well said. And I think, God, what a mic drop would it be? Listen, Charlie came in like a wrecking ball in Donna's first trial. Derailed it right off the rails. I don't put it past them to do something on this one. I always said I'm willing to pay more taxes to get Donna and Wendy in the same cell. I read that she's not getting any help with the little boy either. That's too bad. But I also read that there's been a lot of problems with the police with her as well. I wouldn't doubt it. So we don't have to dox him. We have renamed Charlie's son Ramen Noodleson. My Jesus. Oh my Jesus. Oh my Jesus. Oh my God. Oh, Bree also used her aunt's credit cards without permission. Yeah. They weren't worried about the little boy. Poor kid. Apparently, Charlie had to get taken to court to pay child support, right? But on the phone, you know, when he was talking to Bree, or when he was talking to his mom, Roman will be taken care of. Yeah, that poor kid. But again, that just shows you that Charlie really thought he was never going to go to jail. You wouldn't get someone knocked up. You just wouldn't. That's when he was hiding his assets and his dad for the properties in the name of numbered companies. Yeah. I wonder if Charlie has like a trust set up that wires his commissary money every week. He probably has kids in Thailand. Honestly, I don't think Thailand was about the females. Why? I think Thailand was about the boys. Did you notice that he broke down crying about the dog, but not when he was talking about his son? Yep. Leah Wright, Matrix is a funny guy. Matrix is a good guy. Just don't tell him I said so. I don't want it to go to his head. Patty broke KCL and FF. She is a force of nature. Sorry, I'm a bit behind. No, Armand, don't never be sorry. Never be sorry. For sure, Harvey tops up their accounts for commissary and phone. It'd just be funny if he decided to go to Thailand and just never top them up again. Just say, I'm out of here. Take the money and run. The bitch thought I didn't know how to go to an airport or leave an airport. I'll show her how to go to an airport and leave an airport. How embarrassing for a grown man at an airport for your wife to say, but he's 80 years old. How is he going to get home? Dan's murder was designed to overturn the court's ruling of keeping the kids in Tallahassee. Wendy was about to get exposed and possibly disbarred after Dan Markel was about to provide the dogs to court. Yep. Absolutely. He tried to flee too, and he delivered the money too. Well, she wanted them to, honestly, that phone call, she was more leaning to off themselves. And he's like, screw that, I'm going to Thailand. Or I'm going to Vietnam. I'm not offing myself. I'm going to Vietnam. Yep, it was motive. Harvey should have just hopped on the plane. The escalator was right there. It was right there. It was the most brilliant optics when she got arrested. Because where she was standing, she could see freedom. And she wasn't going. Like, literally within not even seconds, let's say 5 seconds, she took one step and she was a free woman. 5 seconds later, she's screwed. That was just Donna at the airport, still trying to control things. Yep. The mug shot of Charlie makes him look like a hardened criminal. But he doesn't have the smirk this time. Let me see if I can. Last time he was smirking. Lori says legally she had to be that close. Oh, absolutely. I agree. I just love that the escalators were right there. When the jury sees Charlie Adelson in jail scrubs and handcuffs, that is material evidence in itself. Oh, 100%. Does anybody know if Katie, because I didn't see her on the witness list, if Katie's been transferred? You should put a mugshot pic of Donna wearing one of those pointy rice hats from Vietnam. With a saying, somewhere over the rainbow. Harvey knew exactly what was happening. If the police tried to arrest me at the airport, my husband better pounce all over her and do kung fu. Oh, when she said, well, can he come with me? I'm like, if I was Harvey, I'd be like, fuck, say no, say no, say no. His smirk was because he knew he was pulling out Rash Bomb. Yep. He knew he was going to throw a grenade. Charlie thought he pulled a fast one there. Yep. No smirk because he has nothing this time. Or does he flip? He's not smirking. I'm dreaming, guys. I'm wishful thinking. Charlie's not smirking because he realizes he's got no future. So he's hardened. And he's like, my sister put me here. So now I'm going to put her here. Oh, I'm telling you, what a great moment that would be. What a great moment. He's embarrassed his girlfriends will see this pic. And by girlfriends, do you mean Bubba? Do you mean his jail girlfriends or prison groupies? When Charlie gets back to prison, he won't be smirking. He will be twerking for Bubba. Lorio, he's back in Florida, but no lobsters. Terrified in prison, yeah. I tell you, let Wendy get arrested, convicted, and then screw up on the paperwork and put Charlie Adelson in the same cell block as Sigfredo Garcia. That's all I'm asking. It's not much to ask. In one of his whiny phone calls, he said, "It's like I'm dead, but I'm not." Yep. That was right after his conviction. If Charlie doesn't give up Wendy, he's a better man than me. I would have to agree with you because I would flip. He should ask himself, how did I get here? Maybe he has been why, right? Maybe he has been. He's the only one of the Adelsons that knows what their future is. He's the only one that's in prison. He's got nothing to lose. Maybe, just maybe, if he spoke to the state, he's got something to gain, but he's got nothing to lose. Oh, he's got to be. He has got to be, or he is the stupidest man alive. He's got to be. There's no way that this man cannot know that his sister put him there. Abundance says Wendy needs to get arrested in the courtroom immediately after the jury issues Donna's guilty verdict. She wouldn't be there. Abundance, if they're going to arrest her, it has to be after she testifies because she leaves. She leaves the courthouse right after she testifies. He's fairly articulate, walks through everything. She would have to get arrested after she testifies because she leaves. She didn't stay for Charlie's verdict. She's definitely not going to stay for her mom's verdict. Exactly. He does walk through every scenario. He plays it in his head. Sometimes it comes out wrong, but he does play it in his head. It just depends if it takes the wrong turn. You know, if the thought goes straight, might turn out all right, but if it takes the wrong turn at Albuquerque, it is gone. Yeah. He's had a lot of time to think. Why, you're right. She testifies and walks out. Hell, she leaves Tallahassee as fast as she can. Hey, Debbie, how are you? He thought he was going to get put in a country club prison in Florida, but that didn't work out just right. No, John, that's that thought, right? He was thinking, he was playing out scenarios, he was planning, and then he took the wrong turn at Albuquerque and whoop, gone. No. Jeff Lacoste said Charlie had conduct disorder as a kid. I think the reason he's so addicted to Xanax is because his mom was probably popping them while she was pregnant. I don't know why this family doesn't have shares in Xanax, honestly. Charlie's a big guy. He could probably handle himself pretty well in the big house. Do you think he's a fighter? Like, I know he's tall and he's obviously put on weight. I just can't see this man fighting his way out of a wet paper bag. Good, glad to see you back. Thanks, Deb. Can you believe that they tried to set up a psychologist? I know. That's how brain dead these people are. Rochelle, you're so right. Charlie knows he's where he is because of her. And yes, she'll just walk out again. And he'll be sitting there in scrubs and shackles. Yeah. The only way he's coming out is with a toe tag. He should take a 30-year plea, out in 25, and sing like a canary. I 100% agree. And I would think Georgia should take a deal like that. If that type of deal was offered, I think that should be taken. I thought it was really strange when Donna got arrested at the airport. They took her shoulder bag and gave it to Harvey. Wouldn't they want to keep that for evidence? I guarantee there was people, because only 2 of them walked with her. I guarantee everyone else grabbed anything that belonged to her. I think they were drugged long term. I guarantee that. Why? I agree. He should sing like a canary. Abundance. I hope Donna ends up in a prison cell in Tallahassee so she can be with all those country folk that Donna despises. Because she can't go into the same prison as Katie, right? No. What I wish for Donna, guys, I wish for Donna to have a cellmate. And I wish that the cellmate's name was Sarah Boone. That's what I wish for Donna Adelson. I wish for her to be cellies with Sarah Boone. Yeah, they did give her bag to Harvey, but I'm sure the other officers there were told to collect anything that belonged to her. If they try to take your cup of noodles, you have to fight. They took her phone and gave her bag to Harvey. Yeah. Donna Adelson, Sellies with Sarah Boone. Oh, that would be justice right there. And then we would all have to plead and beg with the court to put closed circuit cameras on that cell, because that would be just brilliant. Tattles, the one part of the perp walk that I love the most is that one sign above the store that says all together again. I love that part of the perp walk. I'm like, and there's your sign. Love that perp walk through the Miami airport with the smooth jazz playing in the background. Yep. My favorite part is that signage above that store, all together again. Jail TVY. Wouldn't that be brilliant? Oh, watching Sarah Boone and Donna live together. Oh, I would like to hear a conversation between her and Sarah. So would I. Oh, Tattle, she did take it like a G. Sarah could teach Donna how to make appellate lawyer wanted ads. They could they could do crafts together. Or maybe Donna can go to a co-ed prison in a prison cell with Brian Oh. Oh my god. Oh, that would be good. But the Sarah Boone, because I don't think anybody could live with Sarah Boone. She would drive anybody mad. But they could do crafts. Yeah. That would be amazing to hear for her to be bunged up with Sarah Boone. Oh my God. They could set a little craft corner up. I mean, if somebody handcuffed me, I'd be screaming and crying walking through the airport, especially if I was in it. There's no way I could have done what she done. Netflix should get with the program. Exactly. Jail TV. Listen, the best place to do it is Florida. They allow everything to be televised. Oh, that's a good one too. Oh, the things the men will do to Donna in a co-ed prison. It will fix her ear canal problem for sure. Oh, Armand. Oh my God. Oh, it's getting late because we are going way off the rails. Sarah with a H could be Donna's new jail daughter. Oh, you never noticed the sign? Oh my goodness. I know my volume's not working. Let me see if I can find it. I will get my volume fixed for tomorrow, but hold on. Let me see. It's I jumped right out at me right in the beginning in her perk walk. I do apologize. The volume's not working, everyone, but sign me up. I would pay to watch that. I do apologize the volume, guys. I'm so sorry. That's the best part, Melissa, and welcome. When they got through security, I'm sure they thought they were home free. As their passports weren't flagged, boy, they were wrong, right? Donna will host a new show from jail called Welcome to Prison Jeopardy. Oh, mother of God. How about when Pat Sanford approached her and told her they were arresting her for the murder of Dan Markel? And she says, "Oh, here we go again," and threw her hands up in the air. Yep. And she protected that cell phone. She had a good grip on that. Wheel of Misfortune. That's great. This is the view that I love the most. There it is. Freedom! Freedom! Right there. Look, Donna. You were almost there. Could you not taste it? Oh, they tattles. They like she had such a grip on that phone. That's why I'm excited for her phone dump because there's something on there. Oh my God, John, that's brilliant. She and Jackie Fulford could do one together and call it The Mischief Maker and The Undertaker. Oh, that's brilliant. I love this. Kristen says, John, I feel a new song coming on. I'm going to try to get it to where that sign is. It's the first thing I noticed when I watched it. Oh, here we are. It's this sign right here, just up behind his head here, just up behind his head. It says all together now. They need to paint a wall-sized mural of Dan Markel in Donna's cell to remind her daily. Oh, that'd be brilliant. Too bad the airport isn't packed with people staring at her. I know. Poor Harvey and his visa. Yeah, this sign. So when I watched it, when it first came out, I was like, oh my God, there is your sign. See? All together now. Have you ever watched Man Bites Dog, a film shot like a reality show on a sadistic serial killer's life? Wow. No, I have never seen that one, Patricia. Hugh George Michael. I liked at the beginning where this officer here, the one that's got her arm, when they were talking to her when they first arrested her, and he said, they didn't say if you have anything on you. They said, do you have anything in you? Tom Petty meets the Grinch who stole Hanukkah. Oh, we're almost there. It's the 17th, guys. 2 more days. Harvey's still living his life, filing lawsuits. New one just posted, but he couldn't get home from the airport without Donna. Yeah. What lawsuit are you talking about, Melissa? Are you talking about the one for Charlie? Right? I absolutely love that sign all together now. As she's been in handcuffs, walking past it, and I was like, that is brilliant. So he's still doing all the legwork. Someone said in Patty's chat that Harvey is still at airport wandering around. What was the movie, Tom Hanks movie, where he's stuck in an airport? They need to do a version with Harvey. I agree, Melissa. I agree. I just thought that was a sign from above. It's weird how it jumped out at me right the very first time I watched it. But look at these people sitting in their chairs. They don't, nobody's moving. This must be a normal thing at Miami-Dade Airport. Seeing people in handcuffs. Abundance. Officer asked Donna, what is in your bag? Donna, it's banana bread. I baked it for you guys in blue. Yep, right? Someday we will be together. Like, if that, there's no way I could have been that calm. None. Especially if you're innocent. You'd be like, you guys are screwing up. I had nothing to do with this. I'd be freaking out. I don't know if I'd be like mouthy, but I sure as hell would be bawling. I know, right, Michelle? Almost 2 years. Since this day. Bloody hell. 11/13/2023. So Donna was in really good shape in this video. Now suddenly she's a helpless old lady, right? Because she's too much carbs. 11 years since Dan died. Yeah. 11 years. And they still don't have full justice for Dan, for Shelly, for Ruth, for Phil. And someday the boys, right now, they're not thinking this is justice. Someday they will. They knew it was probable they would never get on that plane. Yep. Mm-mm-mm. They, I don't remember who it was, but they said if they would have booked a private jet, not been so, or if they would have booked a return ticket. If she would have had a return ticket, she baked Harvey banana bread house in the woods to lure the children. Why not just book that return ticket? They could have bought an open-ended return ticket. Exactly, Krista. It wouldn't look as bad at trial for sure. Right. It wouldn't. Then her story about, everything, they just needed to get away from the media, from all this, it would have made sense. Too bad they couldn't have let them get seated on a plane. That would have been brilliant. It's like they've never seen any crime shows, Law and Order, said, right? Great song. Oh, Donna, oh, Donna. I once knew a squirrel, and Donna was her name. Da, 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 da. She speaks in code because murder was her game. Oh, Donna. No, Donna. That's a good one. Abundance is music. You've been cracking me up all night. It was nice. It's nice having everyone here. Like, really, that return ticket. I wonder how many times in her head she has said that. Why didn't I just book return tickets? Because, Donna Sue Adelson, you think you're smart. And a private flight, they would have been gone. They absolutely would have been out of there. But no, she couldn't spend that money because she knew she was going to need it for lawyers. Yeah, she knew Rashi was going to suck them dry. Well, everyone, I do mean it this time. Last time I said I was going to call it at night. It was only 12 o'clock. Now it's almost 1 o'clock in the morning here. So I do want to thank everyone for joining me. I appreciate it. And I will be back on tomorrow night, same time, unless Patty's on. If Patty's on during the night, I'm going to go to Patty's, but we'll play it by ear. And I do appreciate every single one of you hanging in here with me, even though my volume didn't work. I will get that fixed. And thank you again. I appreciate your time, everyone. And I thank you for joining me. Everyone have a wonderful night. And we will talk again tomorrow. And justice for Dan. Abundance says great song. Oh, what a night. Thank you for the podcast. Thank you, everyone. Justice for Dan Markel. And it's time to arrest Wendy.